Check. Okay. Thank you and good evening to this evening's regular council meeting of Monday, December 19th, 2022. I'll moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that the December 19th, 2022 council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at the time of 7:01 p.m. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none? Carried. All right, if we could rise for the singing of the national anthem. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest around the table? Okay. Nope. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. Yes, I need to declare a conflict of interest on a portion of the identifiable individual item that's in closed session later on today, as it involves a member of my family.
Thank you very much. Okay, now the approval of the agenda, moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda either as circulated or as amended. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Oh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a number of items that have been requested to be pulled from the consent agenda. So those items will be moved into items for consideration, and our item 10A, the disposal of roads fleet assets, 10B, changes to OMERS, and 10E, the departmental update for fire services.
Okay, are there any other amendments or things that wish to be taken forth? Okay, great. With those amendments, I'll read it again. Be resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moving on into the approval of the minutes. Moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adopt the following meeting minutes, including closed session minutes as circulated, December 5th, 2022 regular meeting, and December 9th, 2022 special meeting. Were there any clarifications on that one? Okay, seeing none. If I can put that to a vote, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. So we'll move into our presentations and delegations portion of this council meeting. First, we have 6A, Peanut Line Rest Stop proposal by Christine Lavoie. Please, Christine, if you could take the speaker, and please remind yourself to put the microphone on. Thank you.
That good? All right. Thanks, Crystal. Good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, honorable members of council, Mr. Mills, Ms. Campeau, Ms. Haley, Mr. Robertson, Ms. McDonald, Mr. Jane, and Ms. Servage. Hi, everybody. This is my proposal, and the Peanut Line is a place that's very near and dear to me. I go up there 3 or 4 times a week. I walk my dog there. There you can see his butt in the lower right-hand corner. Sorry to be, I know I shouldn't say that word when I'm in council. So, okay, What I want to do here, people, is maybe plant some trees. This is the very far eastern end of the peanut line, and it's facing west. So where the dog is standing is basically the Riviere Baudet River Road. And on the right-hand side, you can see there's some farming and some corn. And on the left-hand side, there is the spot where I would like to plant the trees. You can't see the power lines because they're just above the first tree on the left-hand side. This little piece of land is about 125 meters long, and it's about 12 meters wide. I say it's the perfect spot because where I'm looking at putting the trees, there's no power lines. As I said, they were close to the road. It doesn't interfere with farming practices because there is a farmer on the other side of the road, on the north side, but this is on the south side. And the private land that borders that peanut line there is owned by a really nice guy named Ray. And he thinks this is a great idea. So there's enough space there, I figure, for about 50 or 60 trees. Little ones, conifers, they don't need a lot of attention or care. And it's already been surveyed. Actually, Mr. Dylan Rourke, who's your lead hand, came up at one point, and Ms. Servich was very kind enough to ask him to come and showed us the survey and surveying documentation that you have for that. And you got about 30 feet on that side of the Peanut Line Road. So what we'd like to do is allow the clearance. I know that the recreational vehicle people like about 6 feet on that side. So for the Skidoo Trail, you know, but there's still plenty of room left there to put a few little trees. Okay. So what's been done so far? So earlier this year, we had the Parks and Recreation Master Plan focus groups going on, and I went there and we met up with some other folks who were also users of the Peanut Line to try and determine what was the best way to proceed. And the data that your team got from that is that most of the people, the largest group of people who are Peanut Line users are like dog walkers like me. And I think the next highest group was the recreational vehicle people, the four-wheelers, ATVers, and the snowmobilers. We actually got some of the free trees from the RCA, and you were there, Ms. Jaworski, when I picked them up, yeah. And we put them up there, but they got mowed down because I think his name's McDonald anyway, so the snowmobile people get him to come and clear the brush, and I think he cut them all down by mistake. So but that was kind of the test balloon, and they seemed to be doing pretty well before they got mowed down, those old trees. So me and some other folks in the community have raised close to $1,000 to pay for this project. So yeah, so we have lots of volunteers ready to go in and plant these little trees and take care of them afterwards. We're going to bring water up there and keep them watered. And yeah, I think we'd like, as I said, we want to use conifers because they require minimal maintenance. And yeah, so the other thing we're asking is, well, that's on the next slide, but Dylan even suggested that if we put a trash bin there, he would probably empty it when they do the cans at North Lancaster. So what are we here asking for? Well, what we're asking for is that you please give your official endorsement to the project. In other words, we can put up a sign that says something to the effect of, you know, trees planted by the Township of South Glengarry, like, please don't cut them down. And yeah, so we can ask the recreational clubs to please be careful that, and they don't need to go that far in any way. None of the snowmobiles, I walk up there all winter long, and the snowmobilers don't go off trail that far because they don't want to damage the undercarriage of their vehicles. So it's not really necessary to cut the brush that far back. Emptying the trash periodically, like I said, Dylan said that they could probably do it when they do North Lancaster, and allow us to put up the signs saying, please don't cut down our trees. a trash bin, and a picnic table would be really nice there too. And actually, it's the very beginning of the peanut line. It is the border with Quebec and with the rest of Glengarry, so maybe even a nice sign saying, "Welcome to South Glengarry," and where Ontario began, or something. Anyway, just an idea. But we won't pay for that. Just the signs that say, "Please don't cut down the trees." Policies this conforms with, so that was, I had to fill out the form, you know. And so provincial policy statement, SDNG official plan, the draft Parks and Recreation master plan. We don't have the final version yet, but there's parts of that this would conform with. And of course, the Township of South Glengarry tree canopy and natural vegetation policy. Those priority items there. And, oh yeah, one more thing, the visuals. Yeah, it does get kind of like, there's a lot of litter up there, and I just think the trash can would be a really nice idea. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christina. Are there any questions of council around this table? I know that from a procedural standpoint, if things have not changed, we typically will address this back to staff, and then they'll come back with a report. Probably get some costing and then for approval that way, but we do appreciate your time, and I see that Councillor McDonnell has a question, so go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the presentation. I think it's a pretty good idea, especially that end. I've been racking my head all day trying to figure out where it was, and I keep forgetting that we do basically border the edge of that road, and St. Telesphore takes care of it, and we're not going to say too much about that in case they come after us for some road works. But no, it's not a bad spot. The only thing I would say is, I know you made the comment about the mowing that goes on there. The farmer that does farm that to the north, I know, does do a lot of his ditches and cleans a lot of that up on his side for kind of weed management for himself. So just making him aware, and if we're going to take care of it and not just plant the trees and let the grass grow around it, he might be a little more understanding, or not mow them down if he does not see them there, because they're, when they're that big, pretty hard to see. But no, just a little being active or proactive, I guess, to make sure they aren't all cut down by somebody just trying to keep it clean.
Thank you, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you very much for the presentation. In fact, it's very timely in that just a few, on the 9th, we had our draft capital budget discussion, and one of the items that we spent quite a bit of time discussing was the peanut line, and doing like a more focused public consultation on it, more focused than what we had for the recreation master plan, where the peanut trail was like a small part of that. So it's very timely, and I think it's a great idea. Obviously, it has to dovetail with all the other work that we're doing, but I think this is fantastic that you brought this now, and it's the right time. And I look forward to what staff comes back with. The other thing it triggers in my mind is in terms of the signage. That's something else we were looking at. We've started to put more signage on it, half-kilometer markers. And I agree that a welcome to South Glengarry would be a nice thing, potentially. But the other thing I was thinking, too, is it would be good to have markers, like where it crosses roads, north, south, to have markers that show the extent of what the township property is. What is the peanut line there? Show, the width of it. And I think doing that at the roads that go north, south, I think that could help clarify, sort of what it is, and, how it could potentially be used for the future. So again, thank you very much, and I look forward to what staff brings back. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think to this it'd be wonderful if we could get some grant support too, to perhaps get on that signage, because as you know, we can't do everything all at once, but with grants sometimes we can expedite those things. But I do look forward to what staff has to bring back, and I don't know, does Sherilyn, or Mrs. Servidge, do you have any comments on the matter?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we are definitely been working with Christine on this project, and we continue to add the signage or implement more signage this past year and hopefully into next year as well. So we'll continue working on the peanut line, and like Councillor Jaworski mentioned, we are hoping to do the peanut line study next year too. So thank you.
All right, well, it's wonderful to see a community group interested in helping planting trees, so thank you very much for that, and thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Mayor, and everyone. Thank you.
All right, we'll move into our second presentation, Storm Internet Update by Burkett Foster. Thank you very much, and go ahead and remember to turn your microphone on.
Okay, so the history behind this, oh yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilors and staff for inviting me to come and present on our project. We put our project together because the Economic Development Officer at the time, Shauna Baggs, requested from CENGEN, which is the Center of Excellence for New Generation Networks, requested some funding to try and help build a project. So we are one of the designs that got submitted, and our design got selected. We did a couple of innovative things in this design, and those things were around the way that we connected the towers and the kind of technology we were bringing to the fore. So what I'll do is I'll just zip through some of this. So Storm has been around for more than 25 years. We've been in SD&G since 2013 when we opened an office in Chesterville. And we also have an office up in Perth serving a lot of people up in the Lanark area. Our mission is all about high-speed internet for rural Eastern Ontario, but we also have a lot of cable and fiber and so on in the urban areas. So we have customers all over the place. We've passed 10,000 customers, 1,000 of which are commercial. It includes 150 smart farms where we help integrate the technology in the barn into the internet, and with a private internet for those people. We provide both residential and commercial solutions. Our coverage is actually this kind of area. You see the map with all those little dots. That's Eric Duncan, who came to visit me and asked me that question, so I thought we should take a picture of it so that he'd have it for his office. So the thing about this is every one of those circles is one of our towers. We own almost 300 towers at this point in time. We added 2 in South Glengarry. So you're our furthest east towers. Hard to go further east if you're in Ontario, but we do have 2 towers here now. So we do a lot of different business things. I'll skip over that. Here's the solution. So what we did was we put a tower in North Lancaster, and that tower is fed with a 10 gigabit fiber, which basically allows us to spread that around the neighborhood. And it also feeds the southern tower wirelessly with what's called a licensed link. Some of the pricing in the world of internet came down a little bit, and we're able to actually push about 1.5 gig of that straight to the southern tower without having to get it wired up, which is a huge advantage for us to be able to hit the rest of the 580 rooftops that we can see from the top of our 2 towers. So we basically can see those. We know that Lancaster Camping has come to us and asked us if we'll hook their folks up. We know there's a number of smart farms, Cocoa Paving, a few other places that are asking to get hooked up. And what I'd like to do is get the message across to the ECDev officer, whoever the new one is. I'd like them to know that we can actually do quite a bit to help people who want to locate here, both from a business point of view and from a residential point of view. This solution, there's an area inside of 5 clicks, you're going to get a pretty good signal. Inside of 10, it varies depending on your trees that are there. And what we do when we go to do this is we actually model it. And so we actually have a propagation map. This propagation map shows where we expect to hit things. And you'll notice that up in here, there's an area where it actually hits a valley. And therefore, we can't actually directly feed people who are in that valley. So we're looking at mini nodes right now. My team is looking to see how many mini nodes we need to feed the various areas that we can't feed today, because there are a number of people in the queue that have asked to get connected, and we haven't been able to do it so far because they have too many trees in the way and perhaps elevations are in the wrong places. The southern part, we've basically, we're not feeding Quebec, we're feeding the areas in Ontario, although Quebec's always an option. And this is the propagation we get from the 3 nodes that we're putting in, we have put in on the Baynesville Tower. The combined propagation map looks like this, and this is the map that we use when we're actually estimating. We drop a pin on the map and tell you whether or not we think we can get you signal if you come and ask us. So that's part of what we do with that. The North Lancaster Tower looks like this from afar. With a little bit of luck, we have a little movie here that, oh, maybe not. Nope, not going to happen. Okay. You think you can get it? Okay. That'd be awesome. So what we do is we literally use the map, Google Map Pro, and we drop a pin on a map, and then we have a mashup that includes all of the information that we need to know what the foliage is like and what the elevations of the various areas are like. And if we're really lucky, it actually comes up and we get to show you. And if not, you'll just have to know that we do that, and it actually shows us the horizontal, so you see where the hills are and where the two ends of the map are. And it's not going to let you do it. Okay, no problem. We'll just move forward. Now it's going to go back to there. All right, let's go back to the PowerPoint presentation. Let's go back to this one. Let's go to the next slide. So, in order to talk to the tower, what we do is we, well, this should be, oh yeah, Control F5. There we go. No, maybe not. Control F5. Doesn't work on yours. Okay. There we are. Okay, thanks. Once we have the tower set up, somebody wants access to their house. That small dish sits on their house, gets connected discreetly down to their basement, grounded properly, et cetera. And then what we do is we hook them up and they get this, which is 5010. So we offer 5010 access. It is really 5010 or more. And has excellent ping times, which don't mean anything to anybody who's not trying to be on a video call or 3 in the house at the same time. But if you are, this would mean a lot to you, because it means that you can actually support probably 5 Zoom sessions at the same time, or 3 Teams sessions, just because Teams needs more up power. So a lot of people don't know what 5010 means, so we thought we'd do one page on it, which is basically everything in your house that needs Wi-Fi actually takes a piece of the Wi-Fi. So if you have a smart TV, if you have a Nest, if you have a Ring, if all your Christmas lights are on Wi-Fi, so you can turn them on and off and change colors, they're all taking Wi-Fi. So your Wi-Fi performance is not necessarily powered by the connection out of your house. It's actually powered by what goes on in your house. And I put the Zoom, Google Meets, Teams up there just so people know. Lately, Netflix is still running at 3-in-1 by default. But if you push Netflix to 4K, or if you're a Disney subscriber or a Prime subscriber, both of those now take a 4K TV and automatically put you at 16 megs right off the bat. So you could only get 3 TVs running at 4K if you're planning on doing that. So that's one of the things that people need to note is the 4K TV running with all the pixels so you can see everything would actually be 16 megs per TV. Of course, your smartwatches, your email, your YouTubes all take different values. And basically what it meant was people can work from home and learn from home. There's lots of things happening in the countryside. We have an alpaca ranch up in Lanark County that actually has been selling sock kits over the internet, which is doing export to other countries from Lanark County, which they never thought they'd ever do. They thought they'd always be stuck in the local fairs, and they're now doing that. So it enables new businesses to come by. In case you didn't see the construction, here's like 5 slides quickly. So we dug a hole. It's on your property, so we are actually renting this from you. We filled it partly. We put a fence around it so people didn't fall in. We built a cage. We filled it with concrete. We did some more work on getting it ready. We assembled the tower with the first couple of sections, and then we had a tower that it's 210 feet roughly. And it's sitting on your property, and we pay you rent every month. And the Baynesville Tower is slightly different. The Baynesville Tower, instead of being a standalone tower, is actually a guide tower. So it has guy wires that hold it up. And so it was placed on the snow, and then we had to wait a while so we could actually do the, oh yeah, right. So we could do the remediation previous, right? And you can see where the tower is going to be and the three places where the guys are going to be there. And they're around a farm. We were lucky enough to find somebody who wanted to rent us a place on their farm. And we prepped the site, moved lots of trees out of the way, staked everything out so we know where it would be, pre-assembled the guys' wires and the pieces of the tower. Eventually, our guys got to climb the tower and hang some radios, including the big dish that goes and talks back to North Lancaster. And then we used a crane to finalize the build. And this is a picture with Kirby Coaster from Sengen, myself, and Tulo. We had sponsorship from Sengen for this tower. So there's a lot of things that go into the tower. So there's a soil report, there's a wind report. Then we did community consultation, had a lot of help from Joanne and the team to make sure that we did all that properly. We looked at what radios we could use. We went through it with engineers. They give you what you need to build for a foundation so it won't fall over and it'll be strong in the wind. We got that foundation spec and we built it, added hydro and UPS, and then we assembled the tower on top of it. So the guy wire anchors look like this. There's three of them, so there's different areas on the farm that have those. Because it's all guy wires, they have a thing called halo grounding, which basically is a bunch of wires that get buried in the ground so that if you get hit by lightning, it will actually scatter the results of that. That's what it looks like completed. Another shot from another angle. And the third angle was somebody climbing way up there. That's not me. Trust me, I am not going to climb a tower. But we have riggers that do. So that's the way we got there. The total project was $786,901.38, of which Sengen contributed $311,853.33. And South Glengarry contributed the land at North Lancaster, but they get paid rent for it. So that's the whole project in a nutshell. And we want to give special thanks to all the people. We did a lot of local contracting when we did this. So we used folks from Cornwall and Vars and a few people here and there and everywhere, and including fencing companies from Williamstown. And then we Baker Tower Tech actually assembled the tower, and St. Lawrence Testing did all of the soil samplings because you need to get that done properly. So lots of local folks. Ionic was the people, electrical was out of Cornwall. I met with them a couple of times. So from an economic development opportunity, what you have is you have new speeds that are available. So although we offer 50-10 for up to 50-10 for residential, what we offer for commercial is they could get 100-100 or even a 500-500, which won't mean anything to people, but if your ECDev officer knows that and tells people that they can get that, it opens up the door to larger factories that might want to locate here. And the other thing is, of course, people can contract for whatever they want. So they can get 50-10 or they could contract for 25-25, which is symmetrical. And we're pleased to work with your Economic Development Office on any requests that you have. And that, the thing you might not know is we power tourism all over this area. We do Kempville Live and City Folk and Hope Volleyball and a bunch of stuff up in Ottawa. We do Bows up in Van Cleek Hill when they run their Bows fall special for the new beers, the Oktoberfest stuff. We do a bunch of corporate customers, so we got 3M in Brockville last year when they decided they wanted to build masks. They ended up with us because we could deliver faster. We've got everything from construction companies through the Parks of St. Lawrence. We've done the whole Parks of St. Lawrence down in Upper Canada Village. The thing about Upper Canada Village is we have to hide them because internet was lousy in 1860s. So we had to do that. We've done the plowing match. We just finished the plowing match in Kempville actually this year. So that'll get added to this deck. We do ag fairs all the time. We've done some stuff for the folks in at the Highland Games. We're doing a lot of campgrounds, and so we provide a lot of different ways of getting connected to the internet, and we're serious about it, and thank you for all your help. Next up is, if people want this, they just have to call in for a site survey. If we can get them internet, we can do an on-the-spot install. And there's the pricing that we ended up with for getting internet. So from $79.95 to $129.95 for regular internet. And any questions?
Thank you, Birgit. You said you can't get further east. You're right, because we are the first place the sun shines in Ontario, so that's a good reminder. Are there any questions around the table? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald, and thank you very much for coming back to council to give us some feedback on how the projects have been going. It's really appreciated, and I guess I wanted to highlight that we at our level, at the township level, we don't have a lot of levers that we can pull to help close the broadband gaps in our area. But I think the North Lancaster Tower project, I'd say, is an example of something that we can do, and I think it's something that we could be proud of. Which leads me sort of naturally to, like, at the upper tiers where they have a bit different opportunities to help close gaps in broadband and cellular. And we're hearing a lot recently of the announcements through funding through EORNs, or the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, where our counties have invested significant money through that organization to I guess it's the cell gap closing project, where we've heard the Rogers Towers have gone up recently. So what I'm trying to tie into here is I want to understand, with projects like that are significantly funded by tax dollars, what is your opportunity to co-locate on those kind of towers that are coming in? And is that something that the township can help assist with in terms of advocacy?
Yes, the township could help with advocacy. We're actually talking to the wholesale division of Rogers. They have a real estate division that actually rents towers to us. In the past, it has taken a long time to get on those towers, so it hasn't been an easy job. But now that there's a lot of taxpayer dollars involved, we're actually having conversations with the EORN directly as well as with Rogers, because we think there's an intersection set that says that we shouldn't have to build a tower every time that we want to go and connect customers up. And so although we have 300 towers ourselves, it would be nice to be able to rent space on those towers, just like we would rent space on our towers if somebody came to us and asked for getting on it. And we won't make them wait 2.5 years like we've had to on some of the towers that the Robellus has asked us about. So no, there is a process, and I do understand it, because we do it too, which is to take a look at where they want to be on the tower, to take a look at what their power requirements are, to take a look at what their frequency is that they're going to be on, to take a look at how big a dish it is and whether or not it will cause an effect when the wind catches the dishes on the tower. It's just like having a sail. They're 200 feet up. There's a leverage point because of that. So we have to pay attention to that. But it's all mathematically provable, and once we know that there's no harmful effects, then we generally say yes. So we're about collaboration, and in fact, our neighboring ISPs often talk to us about various things, including getting them feeds for their particular ISPs. But yes, if we can if we find that there's a demand in a particular area, like Somerstown might be asking, then we will actually do some work to try and locate a tower that's nearby and try to rent a space on it rather than building a tower. Because obviously, 2 towers at $780,000, that's a lot of money, and it's cheaper to rent for the most part. Now, this gave us a footprint further east than we normally had, so this was part of our strategy, which is come from the Quebec border and go back towards Chesterville. So we're on our way back to Chesterville. It's a matter where the demand is, and we listen to where the demand is. We actually have, so Jason Riddick, who's the sales manager, what he does is he keeps a track of black stars. So a black star is when you go ahead and ask for service and we can't service you. You end up a pin in the map, and it becomes a black star. When there's enough black stars in an area, he comes to the build team and says, I think we can invest here. So we task him with recalling the people there to make sure that they're really still in, and then we try to figure out how to solve the problem. And it's often with a tower of some height, which might be 100 feet, might be 80 feet, we'll figure it out. But if there's enough demand in an area that we have a return on investment story, then we'll do that. Did that answer your question? Thanks for the question.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the presentation. It's great to see more coverage, especially I'm a little biased growing up in North Lancaster, just outside. I know you say you've gone pretty near as east as you want to go, but I'm thinking Lancaster Heights maybe, or up towards the 9th concession. But nonetheless, it's great to see that you've done a lot of or you're keeping track of where you can't service and where there's a potential to. And I think there's a lot within our township, because we're just fresh out of an election here in the township, and 90% of rural comments are poor internet, and that kind of hits top of the list right there with cell service and everything else. So if there's, I guess too, as well as contributing, is there the capacity to put cell service on some of those towers, or as for example,
Yeah,
North
we could,
Lancaster?
they're on a different frequency, so we could host some cell units. We're actually interested in Lancaster Heights. They just never got themselves organized enough yet. So if Lancaster Heights was to organize, we would have a meeting perhaps in a community hall someplace and have a chat with people about what's possible. We have looked at it. We do know that we could go point to point to a tower and then perhaps into the ground, or use, there's some radio technology that's new that lets us do what's called meshed routing. So it is possible that we could solve that problem. So it's a matter of, we don't have a business case yet, but we'll be happy to talk to them if they come forward.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and thanks for kind of closing the loop on that project. Very nice to see it be completed.
Thanks.
If I may just ask you to close your microphone for a second. Thank you. Thank you. Perfect. Now we'll move into action requests. Request for additional funds. That's the Williamstown Santa Claus Parade from Mr. Jane.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, good evening, Council. The report that you have in front of you is relatively straightforward. I hope everyone's had a chance to read through it. Administration's recommendation is to approve the additional funds of $199. So if there's no comments, questions, concerns, I think we can move to a vote. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, and thanks for bringing this forward. I know the organizers were a little distraught for a while when they finally realized that they had assumed that because the fire department is helping out, that they would be insured through them, and it's just not the case. So it was an expense that they weren't expecting. So thank you.
Okay, seeing no others, I'll read the resolution and then call it to vote then. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that staff report 202, 2022 be received at the Council of the Township of South Glengarry. It says choose one. So I guess for a straw poll, I'm seeing A. We'll go around A. Okay, perfect. So approve an additional $199 of funding for the Williamstown Santa Claus Parade. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moving to action request 7B, request for the use of an unopened road allowance for mutual agreement train. Ms. McDonald, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe the council has, many people on council have perhaps all of council, I'm not sure, have gone on a tour with our drainage superintendent, Gary McDonald, to look at the area in question, so I won't delve into the what's of that. However, in terms of the process and procedure, through the drainage superintendent, Gary McDonald, we have received a written request through our bylaw 3314, Schedule A, which is a policy of use and alteration of an unopened road allowance, to essentially put into place with a formal agreement what is already there. So there's 600 meters of our unopened road allowance just south of North Lancaster. If it would be like concession 4.5 if it was a road, if that helps orient. So it is currently being used as a bypass to where the Morrison drain, which is a municipal drain, is running. So the request is to continue to use that 600 meters of an open road allowance for the purpose of carrying water. And if you read the report, you can see that about 20 years ago, the actual drain was filled in and diverted around through this area. So the problem being that without this mutual agreement in place, they have no, for the whole, like it's not just on the open road allowance, it extends onto private property, but there's no right of access for maintenance. So this would kind of bring that together at no cost to the township as the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McDonald. Deputy Mayor Lang, and then Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for the presentation, and yeah, I think most of us are kind of aware of it. Not that we would be happy to see this happen today, but it happened 20 years ago. We have to deal with the situation that's there. The landowners that involved are more than willing to look after what needs to be done, but they need this permission in order to formalize this agreement, and I see no reason that we wouldn't do it at this point.
Thank you. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thanks for the report, Ms. McDonald. I had the opportunity to visit the site as well with our drainage inspector, and I think it's pretty cut and dry for me. It makes a lot of sense as opposed to what used to happen. This is more or less connected more people onto the drain and giving them an access for the water, or to get rid of the water. It's probably wouldn't have come if it weren't for our drainage inspector, given that everybody on that drain kind of works well together. There's no enemies made, and this isn't a point of contention that nobody would stop. The existing landowners wouldn't stop each other from cleaning it up. The problem is, looking down the road, if there ever was a new landowner who, whether there was a disagreement between neighbors or what, they could cut off their access to cleaning that, and in turn cut off their water, their access to a drain to get rid of their farm water. So I don't think there's much of an issue here. I know most people would probably wonder why we're not going to a municipal drain. As you know, engineering fees are absolutely ridiculous for a municipal drain. To go out and re-engineer that when we know this is well sized and it was not done out of haste, it was properly built. So I don't think there's a need to go to a municipal drain, just given it would probably cost them about $70,000 just to get it engineered, then to clean it. So thank you for bringing this, and I support it as well.
Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. Certainly from like the physics of the water situation, it definitely sounds like it makes good sense. But sort of just to re-highlight what Deputy Mayor Lang said, that if this were to happen today, I don't think we would be in favor of an alteration like this of the unopened road allowance. But it is what it is now, and so it would be very difficult to undo. However, I guess my question is, if for some reason, and this is obviously highly unlikely, but if for some reason we wanted our road allowance back and not have, because I mean, normally this drain should have been put on private property, right? Like if we wanted it back, is there any, I don't know, process for that or not? Maybe I'm asking a question sorry out of left field, but thanks.
Ms. McDonald.
Through you, Mayor McDonald, I would think that would depend how the agreement was worded, would be my answer. You can put anything into an agreement and there could be an out clause for the township.
Well, thank you. So if I can supplemental, then based on that, I guess just, again, like looking at this is to protect the interests of all the township as best we can, since it is public property. But obviously, not trying to put these landowners either in a nebulous or vague situation, but still, I think it is township property. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're or able to say it's probably very unlikely that we'd ever see a subdivision go through there, but it's not a bad idea to insulate the township that way. Maybe some wording to the effect that, should ever the day come that we do need that road allowance to put an access through for somebody who decides to do something down there. It would then be on the mutually agreed upon drain members to bring it to a municipal drain or something along those lines. We can always, the drain's, 6-7 feet wide at the top of the bank. So potentially in the future, you could just we still have that road allowance there. In exchange for expropriating, we could do something that way as far as getting the road wide enough, because we'd have to go from a 40-foot to a 66-foot anyways. So to me, it'd be a pretty simple thing to just include that we'd have to be able to access it, or however it's worded.
Thank you, excellent. And if I understand drains properly, another option, not one that we have to go, but just to understand them, we could always dig the old drain out to make it to the report. So this gets away from doing that too, which would be costly and also interrupt the farming measures, because squares are easier to maintain than horizontals through your field. So there's that benefit too. So seeing the conversation, we'll go to a vote. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that staff report 200 2022 be received, and that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approves the usage of 600 meters of unopened road allowance located per the attached image for the construction of a private ditch, and furthermore that the Township of South Glengarry is receptive to entering into a mutual agreement on this private drain with all associated costs to the landowners. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thank you, Ms. McDonald. I guess you're up next too with bylaws as we move into section 8 of our agenda, boundary road agreements with South Stormont. Please go ahead.
Excuse me, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. This is sort of a quick one, I hope. So it is putting into writing what has previously been a gentleman's agreement or a gentlewoman's agreement between South Stormont and South Glengarry. It's been in place for 15, 20, 25 years, and it is just making maintenance a bit easier for the people actually out on the roads. So on page 97 of your agenda package, there's a map that show the roads in question. They are Pine Ridge, North Branch, and Island Road, and it's just so that when a plow starts plowing, they continue to the end of their route and then turn around, or a place that is easier. Can you, sorry, Ms. Campo, do you have control? Whoever has control, can you zoom into the top left corner of the map? Thank you. Oh, they have South Stormont, so I have no idea where it is. It must be in the middle somewhere.
I think you might meant top left of the map.
Didn't I say left?
Or top right, sorry, yeah.
Oh, my apologies, Council, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm used to looking at maps of South Glengarry and not South Stormont. Whoops. So it's these three roads, and it's what we're doing already. So we plow to the end of Pine Ridge Road, and South Stormont plows to the end of North Branch, well, to the Robertson Road on North Branch, and for Island Road, they come right up to Cemetery and then turn around. And we have, there's nothing, but we would grab garbage, and we are responsible for minor maintenance on Pine Ridge. So again, this is not a change in funding to South Glengarry or South Stormont, since this is what we've been executing in the field, and we are looking to formalize the agreement with South Stormont, and if this is accepted, we have a few such agreements set up with North Glengarry that we would also like to formalize, and it's very similar to the agreement we have with SD&G for the road between just north of Williamstown, if that is indeed north. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It looks to be applying common sense on both sides of the border, which is great. One route, keep it simple. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and thank you, Ms. McDonald, for the report. And I know this was talked about a few years ago, and it's good to see it happening now. Nothing is really changing, but at least now it's formal, and everybody knows where they stand. So I think it's a good thing to move forward with.
All right, seeing no further comments, moved by Stephanie Jaworski, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that staff report 201, 2022 be received and that bylaw 89, 2022 being a bylaw to enter into road maintenance agreement with the Township of South Stormont be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 19th day of December 2022. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. All right, we're moving into section 9, items for consideration. 9A, Charland Rec Center rooftop solar feasibility study. It's a tech memo. Ms. Servage?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of this report is pretty straightforward. We just want to make council aware of the feasibility study that we've been working on for the past year with EVB. This feasibility study is one of the many steps that the township needs to take in order to prepare an application for the Green and Inclusive Community Building program known as the GICB program. So as mentioned in the report, staff is going to be taking part in an information webinar in January for the GICB intake that is due February 28th. At that point, staff will understand the application process a little more and to see what is required to apply and if this project would be eligible since it is a much larger scale project than originally anticipated. Also, as mentioned in the report, it's important that administration continues to research and plan for future options related to the roof and structural rehabilitation of this aging facility, whether it's this program or future programs. In this industry, we can see that there are more grants that will become available within the next couple years as the government is pushing more green energy initiatives. So that's all I have for my report, and I'm not sure if council has any questions.
Councilor Jaworski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. I want to thank you, Ms. Servage, for this report. It was particularly like attaching the full report was very informative. I found that really, really helpful. And I guess I just wanted to, and I appreciate very much that your department, and especially yourself, are continuing to look at options for the building so that, you know, if there are grant funding opportunities come up, that we are ready. I guess I just wanted to, I wanted to point out that how EVB finishes up on the report about, you know, recommending against the issue of solar panels for this building. I don't totally agree with how they position that conclusion. Obviously, if the work that is required to this building is being done only for the purpose of solar panels, then I agree that, you know, it does not financially make sense. But I mean, as was presented, I guess back in summer of 2021, we know that we need. I mean, EVB at that time suggested the new roof would cost about $700,000, and we know that there's been long-standing requests for some space modifications here at the arena, particularly the change rooms, because teams don't fit in the change rooms. That if this is a way both to benefit to the environment and also perhaps take advantage of funding opportunities that would allow us to do things that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise, I think it still is something that we need to keep looking at, because I think overall the benefit to the township in many ways is worthwhile. So thank you.
Councilor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the report, Ms. Servage. Yeah, I don't think we should go building a new structure just to accommodate them, but definitely in the future, if there's ever, you know, major renovations to go on within the arena. I mean, we just put a new floor in, but should there ever be a replacement of the physical arena, yeah, it should be incorporated probably at that point, as well as other energy savings things. But I mean, at this point, I think it's unfortunate that it would cost so much, so probably off the table at this point. But thank you.
Yes, thank you for the information. It's nice to have in the back pocket the numbers to kind of give us an idea of what it is. And as Councilor McDonnell said, something if a change or we build or have to repair, it's good to know the numbers. So thank you very much. All right. Second item for consideration, support resolution via rail service. Do you want me to read this first, or Councilor or Deputy Mayor Lang, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I can speak to it again, but I just, when I saw it last month, or 2 weeks ago, I just thought it would be good for us to support. I really think this country needs to look stronger at our rail services, and we need to, where we can, support them. And it gets crazy to have a country this size and not have great rail service. We look at what Europe's doing and Japan and some of these places with high-speed rail and so forth, and we're so far behind. Anyways, that was the purpose of it.
All right, thank you, and that's a fair comment. We are on the most dense location on that Via Rail train, so it's the spot where it would have to work first in Canada to really make it go. I do need a seconder for this motion, so Councillor Jaworski. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Whereas the City of Stratford passed a resolution on November 14th, 2022, supporting the National Transportation Policy and Section 5 of the Canada Transportation Act, and whereas the frequency of via trains running in Canada has been reduced significantly since 1977, causing a subsequent significant drop in ridership, and whereas there is a need for balanced transportation with more using transit to less using automobiles, now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry supports the resolution passed by the City of Stratford, attached hereto, and recommends to the Government of Canada to adequately fund and fully support Via Rail Canada in increasing the frequency, reliability, and speed of Via Rail service in 2022 and successive years. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. There were 3 items to be pulled from the consent agenda. Those items were all pulled by Councillor Jaworski. So we'll start with consent item 10A, now moved to be 9C, disposal of road fleet's assets, December 2022. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. As I was reading this information report, I want to bring it forward more about the thoughts that came to mind as I was looking through it, is that these were surplus equipment to the roads fleet, the snow clearing fleet, that we didn't need anymore. And at the time that the report was written, we hadn't been successful in disposing of them. So I was going to inquire if there was if there was a possibility, or if we should take a look at how we could perhaps redeploy those pieces of equipment. Now, I understand that they have been, since this report was written, I understand that we did find a buyer, but it still brings to mind that, especially as we're preparing for budget, that there are a lot of questions about the level of service of snow clearing, particularly when it comes to hamlets where we have folks who are commuters. And as we get more folks moving into those hamlets who perhaps their expectations they're different than, perhaps what they've been, but perhaps they're not unreasonable. So a discussion to be had, and I wanted to bring this up prior to budget, that, if we do have surplus equipment, potentially taking a look at that equipment and seeing how we could do maybe a pilot or a test of adding, some sort of extra coverage to snow clearing. So that was the point of bringing it forward. Thank you.
Okay, well then I suppose whenever the next disposal comes forward, or whenever we know that is coming forward, would that be where we'd have that discussion, or as we have? Oh, sorry, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was something myself and Councillor Jaworski had discussed at one point. Like given Friday, we got a storm, and we get these storms now. It seems that they start Friday morning at 4 a.m. and they drag on till Saturday evening at 10 p.m. and on a 12-hour shift, and then our roads crew has to go home, and they have to legally have to be off the truck for a certain amount of time before they go out. And we're not like the counties where we run a 24-hour system, and frankly, we can't really afford a 24-hour system. But that being said, if we were to add, it was kind of, maybe it's something that, like, shelve it for a rainy day, but to determine what kind of an impact it would have on our capabilities. As of now, we can do 2 passes in 1 shift. Would, if we put 2 more plows on the road, does that get us 3? We'd have to go to a route optimization, I'm sure, at some point to clean it up, but just like rough numbers, what would that save us? Is it, is it going to cut down on our concern or our complaint volume, or is it going to be kind of a net negative, but we'll have things done a little quicker? It was more, is it a level of service we could provide and try to pilot, I guess, if we had 2 trucks that were to be decommissioned, but we're still able to make safety. I understand, I think these trucks maybe couldn't make safety, but that, so they wouldn't have been well chosen for this pilot, but it's something in the future. Maybe Miss McDonald would come with something that says it's really not worth it. You'd have to add 3 trucks to make a real difference. So we can see. I think at this point, it's just an idea for a rainy day if we've got some time to look at it.
Okay, thank you. I think CO Mills has a question, then we'll go to Councillor Jaworski.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what I'm understanding, you're looking at levels of service, but in order to run those 2 trucks, we need 2 more staff. Okay.
No, 100%. It would be adding two more seasonal staff to do it. Obviously, the trucks don't drive themselves yet, so.
All right, well then, something to keep in mind next time we have disposed units and if they meet the safety requirements. And I don't know if that's another, you had mentioned a route optimization study, and we kind of talked about studies in our budget meeting. It'll be interesting to see, but Councillor Jaworski?
Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, it was the disposal of assets that got me to think about it. But I mean, as I understand, our fleet's a bit different than it used to be. Perhaps we have options within our existing fleet that could be deployed and not be kept as spares. So I personally don't want to say we shelve this unless it's unless we're disposing of another piece of equipment. I know that snow clearing levels of service is always something that we're discussing, and so maybe I'm on my own on this one, but that it's a discussion that we should always be having, particularly as we go into budget. And I know that, we just came off a campaign, lots of feedback on this particular item, and it would be great if through our budget process, if rather than it's knocking on some doors that give you this feedback, if we had more of a public engagement process, like a survey or, something where we're going out to the public to understand, is it just a few folks who don't like the level of service? Or is it that, it's a wider segment of, the population or specific pockets? I guess that's where I'm going with this thought process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I saw a hand up from Ms. McDonald out in back.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. When we dispose of our tandems, they're at end of life. We don't typically have tandems that we, dispose of early. So the 2 that this particular staff report is talking about they didn't run and they weren't worth keeping. So we scrapped them we put them on gov deals and no one was interested in purchasing them for use. So they were scrapped and we got a good, decent market value for them. In terms of level of service, I look forward to that discussion in the future, but we'll note that right now we meet the provincial minimum maintenance standards, which is OREG 239/02, and they're pretty prescriptive, and I would hesitate to move away from them without significant thought. Thank you.
Okay, well then, I guess it's the thought to keep it on top of mind, and obviously good ideas meet facts sometimes. And Councillor Mills? CO Mills?
I got promoted. What was I going to say? Through you, Mr. Mayor, so just of note on the weekend, I went through four townships in the city, and certainly there are areas that were difficult, but our crew did an excellent job throughout that storm. And as a matter of fact, our neighbors just a little bit west of us declared it a significant weather event because they couldn't keep up. So kudos to our crew.
Excellent. Things are always great in South Glengarry. That's why we're here. Next up was changes to OMER's part-time employee contributions. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor McDonald. I thought this was very interesting that wasn't already extended to part-time employees. So if I understand correctly, we're not necessarily making that decision at this point. It's more an info report, but
Clarification? Can I?
Sure, go ahead, CO Mills.
Yes, we are making the decision.
okay.
We're making the decision that we have to offer it. It's up to the employees whether they want to take up the offer.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I wanted to expand on this a bit because when I was had the honor to be appointed to county council. That's when I learned, so for my short stint on county council, I learned that they have OMERS there as well. And so I wonder if it's something that we should be considering also at the township level as well for council members. It's always a challenge to have lots of great people apply to be on council, and some folks are not to be able to participate on council. They are not they're perhaps cutting down on what they would be doing at another job, and perhaps pensional earnings that they could get somewhere else to be able to put the time on council. So perhaps it's something that we should be considering for council members at the lower tier too, if it is possible. I'm not entirely sure why it's done at the counties versus not here.
Theo Mills has collected some information. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. So we did contact OMERS today, and we would have to indicate that we would want council to participate in the plan. And they will provide a template with a bylaw, so we'd have to pass a bylaw and send a certified copy to OMERS, and then go from there, and they'll take it from there. So just when you look at the report, the information report, you'll note that the cost, if everybody opts in who's part-time, seasonal, or students, that it'll be south of 20,000, sorry, north of 20,000. Costs are always going up. So this, you direct us what you want staff to do, and then we can come back. But it's pretty clear through OMERS, there's a process. I also understand that South Stormont is a local municipality that is covered with their council through OMERS.
If I may, I mean, at this point, it's more about information, about
Yeah.
understanding what's the cost implications, obviously, to
Sure.
the township. But good to know that it is an option. Thanks.
Are we looking for staff to come back with a report, and is it timely in nature, just giving, like, finance is probably going to year-end budgeting and municipal drains? Is this something that we'd like to have investigated sooner rather than later, or just sometime in 2023? Excellent. So then we can put the numbers together sometime, perhaps. Not urgently. Perfect. So
Okay.
I'll put that to June and.
How about we'll look into it and we'll tell you when we can bring it back to you.
No, that's very fair. Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Deputy Department Update, Fire Services, November 2022. Councillor Jaworski.
Sorry, thank you. This is my last one, I promise. I wanted to bring this report because I thought it was a really great, good news story. I know when I saw it come across my Facebook feed, where students at Charlan High School had built the plywood fire dollhouse for the fire service in order to do some training on. And I just thought this was so fantastic, seeing partnerships between our local schools and the townships and the opportunity for experiential learning. So I wanted to thank everyone at the fire service who was involved and who came up with the idea and saw it through to fruition. I think that's great. Thank you.
All right, always great to pass along kind words. Thank you, Councillor Jaworski. So I believe that was the last item, so I will go through the consent agenda. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry accepts the consent agenda. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. All right, we will be going into closed session once we read this resolution, so I'd like to thank everybody. We will return to report sometime after. There's never a specific time, so if those in the audience, probably thank you for your attendance, as well as those online. We'll pop on just for later to report coming out, but I'll move by Martin Lang, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that the council convene to closed session at 8:09 p.m. to discuss the following items under section 239, 2 of the Municipal Act, SO 2001. 2, a meeting or part of a meeting may be held at closed to the public if the subject matter being discussed is B, personal matters about identifiable individuals, specifically committee applications, acquisition or disposition of land, specifically potential land acquisitions, litigation or potential litigation, specifically potential litigation, advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, specifically legal advice. All those in favor of moving to closed session? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that the council rise and reconvene at 10:49 PM into open session without reporting. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Sam McDonnell. Be it resolved that council direct administration to carry out all actions as specified in the closed section meetings. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Moved by Sam McDonnell, seconded by Martin Lang. Be it resolved that bylaw 90/2022, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 19th day of December 2022. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. All right, thank you. So on behalf of staff and council, it is our last meeting before the Christmas holidays. So I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas or celebrated holiday and a Happy New Year, and all the best into the new year. So moved by Martin Lang, seconded by Stephanie Jaworski. Be it resolved that the council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 10:50 PM. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.